Sorry about that. Welcome back, guys. I just want to listen to the. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. I want to go ahead and listen to that. How's that noise suppression sound? Man, shit. Look at all this motherfucking research. Yeah, it's a little bit annoying to hear that fan in the background. I'm sorry about that. I'll try and minimize. Let's open this up in whatchamacallit, a VLC instead. Let's save that as a default program. So we have our selection setting here, our jump interval. The base department. Like, listen, paladins can't do DPS. Fuck, man, I stopped the recording too soon. So, for another 8. Look at this research, man. Actually close to my microphone headset. Point pro. Give the one with more CPU usage. That sounds much better now. I guess presumably so, with the noise suppression there. So it's actually sampling the frequency of the actual fan there probably, and it's suppressing it. So that probably sounds good. We'll go with that. As a matter of fact, let's stop the video now and then let's check it out. Am I being raped and tortured? Yep. Does that mean that I can work? Nope. Because I'm being tortured. I'm being raped. No, I will not. I'm not going to forgive you. No, it's not going to happen. We're not going to have a discussion about this. If you want to torture me, listen, Mark Zuckerberg. If you want to torture me, you're only making it worse for yourself. You have to stop. I need some water. You have water here? No, I need some water. I'll be right back. Song called Soul South and Soul by St. Germain. It's the discarded mix. Here's my idea of lifetime imprisonment, where people are sentenced to many lifetimes in prison, and like a transhumanist future where we live forever, potentially, at least effectively speaking, like in physical reality. I think that's kind of a form of cruel and unusual punishment. I'm sorry, but like that's a problem for the political apparatus of the state to sort of decide amongst themselves, and the population to decide amongst themselves via the representatives. I don't know what is necessarily a good solution there. I don't think people should be in prison for, quadrillions of years if they killed one person, or if they, obviously met the minimum to be sentenced to life in prison without parole, for example. I don't know. That's a particularly ambiguous and equivocal and hard assessment to make. But I'm just recommending for Mark Zuckerberg, if he's been charged with many heinous and grievous capital crimes against humanity, against human beings in general, and there are many counts thereof to those capital crimes, and the jury finds him guilty beyond a reasonable doubt, I'm just going to recommend death. Sorry. I'm sorry that I have to do that. I can't forgive you though. So that's my solution. I got an idea. Let's make a logo for Singular Terran Technologies Corporation's stock market prediction program algorithm. Nice program. That'll be cool. That'll be a cool thing to do, to make. That was really 10 minutes? Wow. That went by quickly. Oh yeah, I said I was getting water and stuff too. I want to listen to some more kind of chill music right now. Even though I'm kind of in the zone. I took another caffeine pill, right? I think I took it, right? Nice. Even though I'm in the zone right now, I want to listen to some good chill music. How about a Mary Maca? I like a Mary Maca too. Mary Maca. Oh, what a beautiful life. Mary Maca. Get to the Green Park Place, smoking like a Rasta, eating that pasta, maca. Cooking up the Japanese man. This corporation still exists now, is dissolved. But see, I've got the exclusive rights to the actual name because of copyright laws. So yeah, via technicality, I'm the first person to come up with the corporation name, Singularitarian Technologies Corporation, and we're gonna have a fight in court. We will, because that's the name of my first and only corporation that I'm probably ever going to form. And there will be sub-departments to my corporation. They'll probably be dealing with different things. But yes, all within legal bounds and all within legal rights to do so. Obviously, I think I'll have to form other types of corporations if I need to, but they'll be Singularitarian Technologies, like so on and so forth. They'll be named like that, an LLC, for example. Yeah, but no obfuscation. You'll know who the registered agent is. You know who's the main proprietor of the business. You'll know who has the equity in the business, because I feel like that's well within the public's right to know, even though it's a private corporation. You need to know who owns this business, who's running this business, and who's selling you these products. So that's the way I perceive such things. I don't want to be shady about it.
I brought you something close to me, and left with something new. See through your hair, you haunt my dreams. There's nothing to do but believe. Just believe. Just breathe.
I see why.
Another day. Just believe. Another day. Just breathe. Another day. Just believe. Another day. Just breathe. I'm used to it by now.
Where's the other one?
Another day. Just believe. Just breathe. Just believe. Just breathe. Lying in my bed. Another day.
Keeps placing it on there. I don't want that.
Just breathe. Another day. Another day.
Do I see my monitor?
Just believe. Another day. I'm used to
Should be right.
it by now. Used to it by now.
I am really poor. So why don't I get a job being tortured, man? I would work if I wasn't being tortured. I wouldn't complain either. It's work.
Just breathe.
What do you want exactly? You need to work to make a livelihood. So what are you gonna do exactly? Yeah, it's a good mentality to have. I think so too. I'm being sarcastic? No. Yeah, fucking jerk off all day to Pornhub. What kind of a life is that to live?
Just believe. Just breathe.
Damn it.
Just believe. Another day. Just believe. Another day. Another day. Just believe. Another day. Just breathe. Another day. I do it. Another day. So far. Another day. Not so far. Another day. Another day.
I love this song, by the way. Great song. Trouble boy, just because you like to destroy. Idiots try, well, what's wrong with a little destruction? I'll talk to you. Oh, shit.
So we stole and drank champagne on the seventh seal. He said you never feel pain, and I ever feel pain once you hit me again. I need a bit of black and blue to be a rotation. In my blood I felt bubbles burst. There was a flash of fist, an eyebrow burst. You were lazy laugh and a red white shirt. I fall to the floor, fainted at the side of blood. Did I see you in a limousine?
Shit. La 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 la. So sorry if I ever resisted, never had a doubt you ever existed. I have a problem when people insist on taking your hate, placing it on your name to say you're a troubled boy, just because you like to destroy. The world is destroyed. This is like the Sabati and Franca's most favorite song on earth. This is like the Sabati and Franca's #1 song on their playlist. The world is destroyed. Say you're a troubled boy just because you like to destroy. What was next here? There's a song that I wanted to listen to. Animal, of course. Mwah. Let's distort this a little bit. Give perspective. Eyes of somebody I could be strong. Tell me if I'm wrong. I'm pulling your disguise up. Are you free or are you tied up? I change shapes just to hide in this place, but I'm still an animal. Nobody knows it but me when I slip. Yeah, I slip. I'm still an animal. Nobody knows it but me when I slip. Yeah, I slip. I'm still an animal. It'll be nice here. Like a nice purplish. Nice. That's how you do it. I'm gonna do better as glow. So, I'm still an animal. Nobody knows it but me when I slip. Yeah, I slip. I'm still an animal. This is the actual color hexadecimal from this. I want to listen to that again. I love that song. When I first heard this song, I was like, "This is a banger." That's a banger too. This is a banger right here. It's a club banger. Shit.
There was a time when my world was filled with darkness, darkness, darkness. Then I stopped dreaming, now I'm supposed to fill it up with something, something, something. In your eyes I see the eyes of somebody I knew before,
Long ago, and I'm still trying to make my mind up. Am I free or am I tied up?
I change shapes just to hide in this place, but I'm still an animal. Nobody knows it but me when I slip. Yeah, I slip. I'm still an animal. There is a hole and I try to fill it up with money, money, money. But it gets bigger till your horse is always running, running, running. In your eyes I see the eyes of somebody who could be strong. Tell me if I'm wrong. And now I'm pulling your disguise up.
Am I free or are you tied up?
I change shapes just to hide in this place, but I'm still an animal. Nobody knows it but me when I slip. Yeah, I slip. I'm still an animal. I change shapes just to hide in this place, but I'm still an animal. Nobody knows it but me when I slip. Yeah, I slip. I'm still an animal.
Too much, man. I don't want that.
I change shapes just to hide in this place, but I'm still an animal.
Nobody knows it but me when I slip.
Yeah, I slip. I'm still an animal. I change shapes just to hide in this place, but I'm still an animal. Nobody knows it but me when I slip. Yeah, I slip. I'm still an animal.
some more chill shit. Chill music. See, I wanted to have a clipping mask with this. That's fine. I guess I can't have a clipping mask there. Fine. Oops. Well, this is already open in Photoshop, so we'll change it later. Oh, what happened here? That's not good. Maybe we'll keep that just like that. Oh, that seems kind of cheesy. Let's put on the maybe put on the actual monitor there. That'd be pretty funny. You're asking me why don't I make my own artwork and stuff? Here's the thing: I've made a lot of Photoshops in the past. I don't even think I have a photo bucket of that stuff anymore. I used to have photo bucket. Let me see if that's still online. Here too. Is it still? It's still online? I don't think so. No, I used to have Photoshops and stuff where I made my own art and art design and stuff. But I'm not a good artist. I don't have the source imagery and stuff. And obviously, it's much easier to use public domain images. So I do give credit to the public domain images. I mean, when people ask me, I do tell them that that's where the stuff comes from. I didn't make this myself. I made the Photoshop myself, but not the original images. Let me just leave this as normal, and maybe get some, I don't know, some other type of filter on here. I don't know. Where's the filter gallery? Right there. I don't know. Let's go to these. I like the film grain one. The diffuse glow is nice too. So either diffuse glow or film grain. I'm gonna see which one I like better. Diffuse glow. Let's see so we can hear. My life's like a fucking movie, man. Everything I do nowadays is pretty epic, isn't it? Fucking awesome, bro. Fucking awesome, man. Oh, and we need the Singular Return Technologies logo too. Shit, I don't want that. This looks a little too chaotic, so I'm going to get rid of one of these background layers here. Hmm. Oops, can't do that. Oh, shit. Let's go back there. See, that fucks everything up. So we have to go open a new copy of this. Linear dodge is probably the best. The adding there. And less fill, I guess. But kind of too hectic for me. So maybe we'll have less fill on these. Can't do that. I don't know, something about this is like kind of off to me. There's just too much, there's like way too much going on. I don't know, which one looks better here to me? I like both, but Here we might need to play around with the colors a little bit. Great. I like that. It's nice. Let's get some sharpening on here too. More sharpening though. This font needs to be changed because that's kind of hard to read, so. Sorry that they're not playing music. Let's play some music. I have to use the bathroom too, so I'm sorry about that. After I use the bathroom, I'm probably gonna have a smoke too. I keep smoking a lot, huh? We'll get back to more serious work. But I thought that this would be a necessity because I want to put this on my website too, my new website. And I want to have a nice logo for my stuff too. Even though it's public domain imagery, if I ever run a serious corporation, I'm going to have artists who are working for me and designers as well too. And maybe I might come up with like a rough sort of idea of what I want for a logo. Probably very derivative of the same stuff here. And like, yeah, just you give me whatever you think is good, and I'll tell you what I'm looking for. And yeah, but then we're all working together as co-workers and co-workers together and co-employees. So you tell me what you think would look good. Then you come up with some designs for me, and we'll see. We'll have to compromise. But if I think what I want looks better, then I'll override you because I'm gonna be the major shareholder in my corporation. It's gonna be a flat structure and just very honest. I'm gonna have 51% of the equity in my company, and that's it. So if I ever, and I'm never going to go public, just stay private. If I get justice for what happens to me, I don't see the necessity to do so. So at most, I would probably want 1,000 employees for my company, and we're going to be very focused on not horizontally or vertically integrating, but instead working through syndicalization with other companies, and not necessarily colluding with other companies, but going for the economic sort of targets that are going to maximize our profit gains, and where we can also maximize the kind of sociological and societal benefit for all of mankind wherever we can do business internationally. And also, I want to go ahead and be like a contracting kind of company where we are not necessarily going to be going for the highest bidders, but we would like to engage in dialogue. Yes, we'd like to engage in dialogue with the corporations that would like to work with us and see exactly what they want, and then whatever they're willing to pay us in terms of our assessment or our cost assessments, then we'll come up with our side of the contract, and you can come up with your side of the contract, and then we'll negotiate in terms of what you think is reasonable. And obviously, it's got to make sense economically because 1,000 employees need to make money, and we need to have a surety that we're going to be making profit and that we're going to be making revenue at least, right? So we need to have a surety that we're going to be paid, and we need to do some work first in terms of delivering good products and services and contracting with other businesses that will be our distributors and manufacturers of our products, which engages society in much more diversified and complexified economics and business, where other actors have a chance to compete and other actors have a chance to refine their manufacturing processes and distribution processes, and also go ahead and do good business and help support many different families and help us create a good a competitive environment. So a very type of strange corporation that I would like to run here, because it's fundamentally how can I say this? it's too grossly inefficient to have too many employees, where you must have a managerial system of of many thousands of managers managing other like sort of regiments of employees, regimented structures of employees, and stratifications of employees. So I think what I want to do is much different. Like, that's going to be up to you. And I only want to contract with businesses that are going to be, good manufacturers, good distributors, and we can trust you and we can rely on you, and not necessarily collude with you. Because if another competitor can best you and give us a better price and undercut and over deliver, so on and so forth, given our analyses of your particular business, wherein you are either you have publicly sourceable data, or you provided such data to us under non-disclosure agreements, then we would decide as a company what would be best for us. So a very kind of strange, atypical corporation that I'm looking to run here, and not because I want to be, a sort of contrarian, but because I believe that this is an optimal way to run a special type of business given special circumstances. So. But see, yeah, 1,000 people is a lot, because they're all going to be asking for large salaries and benefits and commissions, so on and so forth. So my corporation is going to start very small, and then as we gain more profit and more capital that has been acquired through good revenue streams and profit streams, then eventually we're going to reach the 1,000 employee cap, where we can reasonably sustain our 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 our, uh, our payroll budgets, and actually increase payroll standards, increase payroll ranks and grades for our employees, and have them make quite a lot of money. And for the good work that they do, and have honest and reliable employees, I would like to get to know all of my employees, or my coworkers, as a matter of fact, and run a very horizontally integrated business with obviously some bottlenecks in terms of obvious hierarchical control, where yes, we have executives and we have maybe a few sub-managers who are assistant to the executives, who are going to act optimally and in the best way possible. To the best of their ability, of course. Shit. Okay, we still got it anyway. I'll be right back. Gonna go use the restroom and have a smoke. The first time I ever heard this song, I was high as hell. I was like, yeah. Now I understand like why people like this kind of stuff. This is the first time I ever got high in my life. And then I listened to this song, I was like, yeah. I think it was like November of 2011. I was like, oh, forget it. This is a really good song to listen to while you're high on weed. It's a nice cannabis indica. You're like,
I say, oh, forget it.
is what we call easy listening underground house music. This is something I'd expect to hear at Small's Jazz Club. This is what we call easy listening underground house music. Smoking a nice blunt of cannabis sativa in the back. Got my $1 Black and Mounts and rolling it. Yeah. We don't even need to roll this motherfucker. This is what I call an easy blunt. easy smoking blunt music. Black and Milds. I'm gonna smoke a Black and Mild, then I'm gonna be white and wild. Shit. This is exactly what I was listening to. Let's finish it off strong. This is what we call easy smoking underground house music. And I speak easy. You ever been to Small's Jazz Club in the Village? I like Small's Jazz Club. It's like a little hole in the wall, right? Literally it is. You walk down the stairs, it's nice. Small's Jazz Club. I like Smalls. Davis took us there with Fernando and what was her name? Marion Ray. Who else was there? I think somebody else was there too. I forgot. Small's Jazz Club. It's really chill down there. It's really nice. Go to the bar, get a nice martini or whatever. Me a nice Chivas. Sitting in the audience there, listening to the music, nice acoustics, relaxing, man. Having a nice time at Small's Jazz Club up in the Village. This is what we call easy listening underground house music at Small's Jazz Club. For a nice little set, you and your friends. A little high, you know. Got the vaporizer. Let's see, Davis. Do you play there often, Davis? Davis is a really good pianist. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Davis and I used to smoke a lot. Nice shirt, man. Got that. Sorry, nice sweater. Nice cashmere sweater right there. Yeah, get me on the turntables. We got DJ Singularitarian in the house tonight. Yeah, DJ Deus Ex Machina on the turntables. Now, this is what we call easy smoking blunt music. Easy smoking underground house music. Nice. Like Small's Jazz Club's nice. Nice little chill club. Now, if I become famous, Small's Jazz Club's gonna be inundated with people. Come on, man, you ruined Small's Jazz Club, bro. They're gonna have a line outside, like going down to like the Lower East Side. Like, we want to get into Small's Jazz Club. Me and my 5 other friends. Underground house music. So we're gonna remix 3 songs today. Mary Maka, What's New, and what's the other song? Forget It. Forget It. Did I download that? I forgot. We gotta finish this first though. Nice green on that. Here I want more so like blackish. Nice. A nice darker gray, black gray. Yeah, I guess that's nice, but like maybe not vivid light. Nice here, difference. Nice, just like that. I like it like that. the same layer style on singularity technologies. Nice. That's nice. I like that. What do we want for the outer globe? Green or purple? Let's do green and purple. Nice combination, right? This is some easy listening underground house music. Yeah, like a nice, more subdued purple. I like that.
All the DJs that play real house music. Dimitri and Paris. Loic.
Let me switch it up here. Like that.
Mandrax in Switzerland. Little Louis Vega. Kenny Dope Gonzalez. Frankie Knuckles. Todd Terry. Roger Sanders.
That green's too bright though. More subdued green.
New York's underground house sound.
That's not gonna work out too well. We need gray.
The deep house sound. New York.
Purple's a little too flashy. Let's go with green instead. I'm not liking that either. More gray. Or white. Yeah. Let's get a stroke on there too. What kind of stroke do we have? Get it on the outside. Where the heck is my phone? There it is. Swanson. 40% off for today on Swanson.com. Nice. Good recommendation, it is. Swanson has some nice stuff. I'm not endorsing Swanson, but they're really good. Really good supplements. Maybe we should have like green for the stroke. Not luminosity though. See, the problem with the stroke is that, yeah, you can see the pixelation there. So give me like 2 pixels then. Oh, that's nice. That instead, like that. It's a little bit bad because the pixelation on the outside of the elliptical marquee. So I'm sorry about that. Not everything can be perfect, but whatever. Nice. Hey, stop shooting him that way, man. Don't say that shit. He's my friend, man. Good guy, man. Don't be an asshole. That's what you are, as a matter of fact. Be an asshole. Before we do that, let's get some more centered. Sorry. Just like that. Oh, kind of weird. Like I said. Nice. We're good. No. Boulevards a really good album. I think the best songs in there are Forget It and What's New. I like those two the most. Speaking of remix too, that's considered some good work there too. If we're thinking about it in terms of artistic work, yeah, obviously not a large market capture there where you can really do well in juxtaposition to like computer programming, where software has an extreme amount of utility, an extreme amount of market capture for really precise and defined software, where you have a lot of leverage in the market for stuff like stock market prediction algorithms, very precise and specific fintech and other types of software that people need. Like one of Goldman Sachs' questions was like something about like text algorithms to optimize like finding characters like in a line or something. I was like, I didn't want to do it when I was being raped and tortured, and I hadn't studied for quite a long time, so I was like, fuck it. I think there's a lot more utility in like what I'm doing sometimes, like in the actual pure math, because in the pure math, like you can come up with some really good stuff. And yeah, I'm sorry, like I haven't trained a lot, I haven't practiced a lot, but see, this is like hobbyist kind of programming where I'm combining a lot of computer science, very very advanced mathematics, and I'm sorry to say this, my very weak skill in programming. It's not very strong because a lot of programming is like a lot of menial stuff. A lot of programming is dealing with cooperating with others in terms of their expertise and their specialties and coming together with a nice cohesive program. But then on your own behalf too, not every program obviously is 40 kilobytes, 10 kilobytes, 5 kilobytes. We're talking about, massive, 20, 30, 40, 100 gigabyte programs, especially operating systems that have hundreds of millions of lines of code. So, and not one person, I can guarantee you that not one person will ever write 300 million lines of code in their life. I guarantee you that 100%. Nobody will ever write 300 million lines of code in their life by themselves. They won't. It's impossible. Like, you will not have enough time in your life to do that, and like that's why you have to work with large teams of people. But see, this is why I like microcode. This is why I like assembly. This is why I like C and Python, because I want to deal with very specific problems that can be dealt with not only very quickly, but can have high utility and high rates of return as a function of the necessity of the software and the scarcity of such software, which makes me a sort of interesting character. Because I went into programming first trying to solve very intense theoretical math problems concerning pharmacology and pharmacokinetics, and also interesting mathematical problems. There is a series of math problems that I would like to do. I forgot what it was called. The Euclid problems. Yeah, the Euclid programming math problems. Project Euler. I apologize. Project Euler is really good. Project Euler is a bunch of really intense mathematical problems that I want to get into, because Project Euler has a lot of these particularly advanced math problems that I want to do, that are a good sort of training base and training set for the kind of machine learning algorithms that I would like to derive. And yes, we're talking about like topology problems, we're talking about geometry problems, we're talking about very advanced encoding problems, we're talking about very advanced statistical problems. Yeah, I like Project Euler a lot, and there are some Gaussian problems in here too. So let's see an example of Project Euler. So this is a really good training set of programs that you should do. Yeah, this is some intense stuff, man. This is some intense calculus in computer programming terms. And I like problems like this, even though they're particularly frustrating. Like, they don't require hundreds of millions of lines of code. They don't require 25,000 lines of code. Like, we're talking about very simplistic and terse axiomatic reductions that require a sufficient amount of complexity and knowledge in terms of the actual abstract knowledge of mathematics. And I really love this. I love this kind of stuff. And yes, there is extreme utility in understanding these problems, because most people can be like code monkeys, right? They can do, web design or something very easily so. But then this kind of stuff, it's very rare to find programmers like this who understand how to solve these problems. I think I solved like 2 or 3 of these problems already, and they weren't so hard, the first few problems, but I like them. I really do. I really like stuff like this. Look, I was working on the Riemann-Zeta hypothesis, but see, the hold-up problem is that yes, we can't functionally have these imaginary numbers compute effectively, even for small ranges, without actually doing the transforms needed to get the imaginary kind of, how can I say this, materialization into a real product, which is obviously going to be much less than what you're expecting out of these particular ranges between -1 and 1 for the Riemann-Zeta hypothesis. But see, the Riemann-Zeta hypothesis doesn't require all of this, theoretical basis in computer science. Here's my Riemann pi recipe notes. Between 0, 1, and modulo, zeros conform to real and non-real answers, zero identity. The Riemann-Zeta function can be tested against by modulo operation simply versus the inverse of the Riemann-Zeta function testing between the bounds of 0 and 1 inclusive. And the difference between these bounds will give a general summation to calculate for every real value of every non-trivial zero, whether or not e equals 1/2, and function substitution, not multiplication. Yeah, so this requires a little more explanation. Here's where I wanted to show what I was talking about in terms of materializing a real answer. So in terms of function substitution, I was going to come up with some nice functions in Python to get our even if they exist in particular libraries, I wanted to come up with my own subroutines that would be convenient for me in terms of like how I would imperatively program such things. And we're not just using multiplicative inverses and also reciprocal identities here, but we're trying to and complex conjugates. We're trying to functionally get this realized answer as a function of what the computer can actually approximately calculate to a precise resolved solution. And that is what I wanted to do in terms of how many non-trivial zeros we're going to get. And yeah, obviously we're not going to get the most refined answer possible because this is an extremely complex problem where, like, even Riemann is kind of trying to argue a lot of nonsense here. I think Riemann knew that he was setting people up, Bernhard Riemann, he was setting people up for a problem that would be, like, fundamentally, no pun intended, like, trivial within and of itself, but has very important implications. So Bernhard Riemann, and this is a Millennium Prize problem. So listen, I already solved the P equals NP problem, and I don't want to self-aggrandize too much, but I want to show you some of my work, because, you might think that you might be able to steal my work, but then the actual solution here is like what you have to actually do to solve the problem. This is the setup for the problem here. Okay, there's the ZS for strip 0 to RS less than 1. So you got 2 and 1, and then here is what we're actually looking for, the actual non-trivial zeros. Function fact parameter 1 value is negative. It should be positive or 0. So this is our functional problem in terms of materializing these imaginary zeros, these imaginary non-trivial zeros between 0 and 1. So, and here it is too for the same strip. And the complete formulae. There's F3. Sorry. We have F3. What else? F2, F3, F6, and F11. F2, F3, F6, and F11. Yeah, functionally a computer cannot do this. No, it can't. So then we have to come up with a really interesting solution to get what is the realized answer to an approximate degree where we're going to find at least some sort of kind of fuzzy resolution as to how many non-trivial zeros exist. But I highly doubt that we're ever going to find in totality how many non-trivial zeros exist. So that's honestly my stipulation there for this particular answer. And I know it's very complex, it's very loaded and kind of dialectically oriented argument, but like it's honestly true. Like you need to talk that way about this particular problem. And I was working on this and I was like, wow, yeah. And then I went into Python and then I was like, listen, I'm being raped, I'm being tortured, and like they're not even going to give me the actual prize money for the P equals NP problem. And I got to admit that was extremely easy. And obviously this is never going to work out. Never going to work out in Excel. It's never going to work out in Python unless you do the actual mathematics to get that materializable answer for that fuzzy resolution of how many non-trivial zeros exist. And honestly, in the simplest and tersest axiomatic reduction possible, that will be the only answer you're ever going to get out of this question. And it's honestly true. This is a function of mathematics. This is a function of the limitations of mathematics in the sense that, yes, when we're looking for these non-trivial zeros, you're not going to get every one that you want because we're dealing with numbers that don't exist in reality. And it's as simple as that. It's as simple as that. It's as simple as that. Here's the actual pi value that I used in terms of Excel. So I think this is reasonable. We got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 decimal places there. And this is rate limited here too by how many digits of pi that you use. So yes, we will get more non-trivial zeros where we converge to a 99% certainty at some point with my particular transformations that I'll come up with later if I'm not being raped and tortured. And yes, functionally you could say, given so many decimal places of pi in terms of this rate limiting factor, you're going to get the values that you're looking for effectively. So, and what are the implications of this? I've wrote about some implications of this, about the Riemann-Zeta hypothesis. Where did I save this? Riemann-Zeta hypothesis implications. I think I put this on Stack Exchange. We'll look up somebody else's answer, and I'll conform to what they're saying because it's honestly true. So in terms of like electrical signaling and electronics and kind of a physical theory of what's the word I'm looking for here? Like signals theory, for example. Yes, now we're dealing with a much more precise resolution in terms of like mitigation and like damage control and types of like ordnance, not ordnance, but stress testing that you can do with electronics, where you're getting a much more precise value of these particular types of stress testing that you can do in electronic signaling and signal theory. That's a really good implication of that. See, this is a fucking huge bound there. That's a huge bound in terms of like the actual range of values that we need to look for. See, that fucking fly. Man, fucking got me right in the face, man. That fly got pissed and I tried to kill it. Now, this is much more relatable with instead of this in terms of 10 to the 10 to the 10 to the 34. Now we're talking about a much more discretized bound that we have to functionally search for in terms of our primes. Yes, that's much easier, but still, that's an absurdly large number. That's an absurdly large number if you understand what we're looking at here. Excuse me. I need some water soon. So more implications of this concerning signals theory and concerning electronics, electronic component development. Yes, we're going to, if we find an answer to this Riemann-Zeta hypothesis, which is, resolvedly defined as a function of the decimal places of pi and how many decimal places a computer of pi can handle, we're going to get a really, really nice ability to control circuit design and stress testing, and also have really good gradients and grades of safety testing for these particular electronics as a function of signals theory and the optimization thereof via this answer of the Riemann-Zeta hypothesis. That's one major implication. So what does that mean exactly? So imagine as if you're trying to functionally make something electromagnetically insulated, but also, conductively and reducively unable to fall prey to quantum leakage of electrons. Yes, now we're dealing with a very precise answer as to how we're going to get in these sort of ratios, these imaginary ratios, electronic design that's going to conform to what we want to quantum mechanically. See, and back in Bernhard Raymond's day, oh my God, dude, this guy is a fucking world tier, like history tier genius. Because like he had to do this like with pencil and paper, like with like pencil and paper. They had pencils back then, right? In the 1800s, I think so. When was the first pencil invented? 1662, graphite 6. But I mean, like, when were they mass produced? Yeah, pencil and paper. Yeah, Raymond, Bernhard Raymond, as a mathematician and scientist, yeah, definitely had a pencil back in the 1800s. Yes, I wouldn't have doubted it. Wow, he died very young, man. What did you die from? Let's go back to the implications of this. Do I do this because I like to show off? No. I do this because not only is it a challenge for me, and like, you may think it's beyond me, but I've already solved the Millennium Prize problem. Yeah, I do have proof. But then, that one was very easy for me. Because like, I was reading about Johann Friedrich Gauss, and I had like a eureka moment. I was like, hold on. What if I use my algorithm that I came up with, the kind of Christian searching algorithm, and a particular study design by using Google.com as an index where I could query and get the actual mathematics and the sort of methodology thereof to come up with my solution for my problem. And then functionally, I came up with the simplest axiomatic reduction to answer the problem, wherein, yes, mathematically it's true, because we're setting a sort of deterministic polynomial equivalent to a non-deterministic polynomial as a function of exponential time class complexity. So that was very simple, which is 2 to the n1 plus 2 to the n2 plus 2 to the n3, so on and so forth until you get plus 2 to the n x or whatever, and x will be your functional bound, which is actually 2 to the n3, but 2 to the n3 2 to the n subscript 3, because if you set that equivalent to 1, that's the only particular value that materializes into a. See, I'm giving you the solution here because I've already submitted it to the Clay Mathematics Institute. They blocked me. They blocked my email messages. They don't want to hear anything from me. I guess they're kind of jealous. I don't know. But like, I don't know what the answer is. Maybe it's political, but still, I answered the question. So that's your functional limitation there, as a function of the limitation of powers. So, and what are the limitations of powers? Well, there's something in mathematics called the power rule concerning exponentials and how functionally there is a sort of impulsive momenta derivative that is a limitation within and of itself as you exponentiate things, and that is via induction. I believe it's 2 or 3. It's 3 actually. We'll pull it up here. Yeah, it's actually 3 via induction, via proof by induction. And if you input this into something like Wolfram Alpha, and you input your simplest equation here, which is nx to the n minus 1, you get that limitation as 3. So, simple. And let me pull up my notes for you, because I did write some notes for this. Sorry, it's very complex stuff. Even that Millennium Prize problem, it wasn't necessarily so hard for me. I solved that problem with like a really informal solution within like 2 hours. I was like, yes, this is beautiful. And I was crying. I was crying when I solved it. I was like, this is beautiful. And like, sometimes I even look at my own work and it's like, I'm still kind of perplexed by how this is necessarily true, but then it's kind of bad in a certain way because now we're dealing with a functional bottleneck and limit that's really comprised of like a scarcity problem in like economics and sociology and computer hardware design, which is why I came up with some really good solutions as a function of the limitation of powers in the power rule, which is really a really optimal solution there. Compression be damned. Rapist be damned. I didn't forget, but I'm drunk beyond belief. I call myself the son of David. I'm drunk, man. Okay, more PNP notes. Let's read my PNP notes here. Shit. I don't want to view it here. I want to download it. So, as much as you probably, this is directed to the Clay Mathematics Institute in the United Kingdom, in England more specifically. I forgot the exact town that you're in, I'm sorry. As much as you probably don't want to read my notes on something I may not fully grasp, which I think is okay because it is a Millennium Prize problem after all, and some of the world's greatest minds struggled heavily with this question, please bear with me as I have some more intuitive notes about what I was working on yesterday. And this was some months after I came up with the solution back in March. I think it was March, right? If I remember correctly, March like 11th or something? No, it was March 11th or 12th, and then I came up with the final solution on the 18th. Let me talk to you more clearly here with my microphone. So I was thinking of a summation of roots that lead to our bottleneck, and here's what I found. Given that 32 is essentially our optimal threshold given the limitations of powers in terms of co and p partially asymmetric calculations, so I was getting the roots of these particular numbers, and I was trying to find out a certain kind of answer here of concerning, like, in terms of these particular roots, like how many roots does it take to get to that 32 limit that is our functional limitation of powers, wherein we have via this solution here how many particular exponents are going to give us this sort of bottlenecking, and then how many particular instances thereof, which is up to 32 of these particular exponentiations, right? So given how 512 is 4 doublings away from 32, this led me to another way to prove by example that our 512 is our illusory bottleneck in terms of layering 32-bit instruction sets. Did Juan write this? No, I wrote this. In terms of even smaller 16, 8, 4, and 2-bit instruction set sizes. I wanted to see how many roots it would take us to get to 2, and I thought that this morning by adding the summation of these roots after the 9th root, we would have another proof by example that the limitations of powers in terms of this derivative and the impulsive momenta thereof will severely bottleneck us in terms of optimizing the CPU in terms of classical and quantum architectures. The summation of the 4 roots in terms of the 4 steps leading to 512 is as follows. Approximately 2.18 plus 2.43 plus 2.82 plus 3.48 plus 4.75, which equals 15.66. This summation divided out from 512 gives us approximately 32, which is our fundamental limit of layering given the power rule mainly as a function of diminishing exponential returns and optimality, which is a very loaded and packed statement. And I would like to clarify what I'm talking about here. 32 is not a fundamental limit in terms of bit instruction set sizes, but it is in the sense that yes, given this exponentiation of particular instruction sets, you're going to have this hold up problem throughout the architecture of a particular computer and a CPU, where functionally these bits can only be handled, no pun intended, with so much precision and accuracy and so much actual sort of optimal throughput as possible. So 512 divided by 15.66 is approximately equivalent to 32.69. I apologize. By getting to the 9th root of 512 and trying to exceed this layering of 32-bit instruction sets as a function of the power rule, we get 2.8 and so on and so forth, and then we get it equals 17.66 approximately, and 512 divided by 17.66 is 28.99 approximately, undershooting our target in terms of trying to layer more instruction sets within 512, but also as a function of the distance of bit instruction sets away from 32 intrinsically. And see, this might seem like an absurd kind of non sequitur for most computer programmers. They're like, listen, what do we need 512-bit instruction sets for? Like even 32-bit instruction sets are good for most things, right? And 64-bit instruction sets, even up to 128-bit instruction sets, they don't necessarily see or think the way I do in terms of like how exactly we are, functionally packing in all of this sort of microcode in these programs to handle handle, more complex equations and more complex types of operational standards that we would like out of a computer. So I think that, to a certain extent, they're right, because it's much better to make things simpler than to make them more complex. So I was just talking about the kind of implications of the P equals NP answer in terms of why it's necessarily, I think, a good answer to have beyond encryption and encoding, so on and so forth. 512 divided by 17.66, so on and so forth. I think I fully better grasp the concept of my simplistic axiomatic reduction to the limitations of powers much better now by using a term of a coefficient of base 2 in terms of base 10 representation of doublings of 2, i.e. 2, 4, 8, 6, 16, 32, and so on and so forth, and how this relates to the question of solving non-deterministic polynomial problems in deterministic polynomial time in terms of exponential complexity time class problems of exp space as a function of NP. And this is like mind-blowing to expect anything like this out of me or anybody else to come up with these sort of ideas a few months later. This was written in May, and I was like drunk, and I was just like, I came back home from Brazil. I was like, I just came up with a really good idea. One night I was thinking about this. I was thinking about like, what is our sort of derivative limit as a function of the limitation of powers? And what I googled was or what I binged was, what is the limitation of powers generally in mathematics? And this is a really good solution because we're dealing functionally with mathematics and polynomials and exponentials, of course. So we need to understand what our limitation of powers is as a function of these exponential derivatives. So exponentials represent the first hierarchical class in NP space, as well as of time complexity class and NP. And by using the simplest axiomatic reduction of 2 to the n1 plus 2 to the n2 plus 2 to the nx, where x is represents any number beyond 2, where you have some functional arbitrarily imposed limit, which is obviously not going to be higher than 3. But even with 3, it's functionally impossible to actually have a bit value of 1, because in binary, a bit either has a value of 0 or 0 or 1, where 1 represents 2 and 0 represents 2 as well as a function. 0 represents 0. But it has, see, this is a kind of complex thing to talk about because we're talking about this in binary in the sense that these are states of on or off, right? So if it's 0, then you're having this logic gate turn off. But then functionally, that is a representative value that can only possess a base 10 value of 2. But then when you have 1, it represents 2. But in terms of actual mathematics, where you have a polynomial, you cannot have a binary value possess a value that's incongruent or inconsistent or non-equivalent in terms of possessing one value that's equivalent to 2. So 1 must equal 2 in base 10, right? So this is functionally a non sequitur for just 3 exponentiations, where you have 3 variables that are these particular exponents going to the third power, going to 2 to the n3, 2 to the n, 2 to the n, which is 2 to the n3, which is obviously 2 to the n cubed, right? So, and or whatever particular sort of exponents you would like there, because obviously you have to understand something. This is 2 to the n3 as a function of the variable. What's happening here is that these particular variables are not just 1 or 2 or 3. They can be exponentiated many times. So how many exponentiations can you get as a function of the limitation of powers there? So here, your answer is just fundamentally 1. And I'll show that to you as a proof by example using Wolfram alpha. You can have all of the computational horsepower in the universe, and you still won't be able to fundamentally break the laws of physics or the abstract notions of mathematics. It's impossible. So and here, it's honestly true. This is your simplest axiomatic reduction to set a polynomial of deterministic time class complexity to exponential time class complexity, thereby satisfying the criterion of setting p equal to np, literally. I'm not self-aggrandizing here. I'm talking about something that I think is fundamentally worth my time to explain, and I can cite my own information later. So here, when you see the chart here, the graph, it's going to be extremely beautiful. And there are functionally no more integer solutions that exist beyond this. But then this is a non sequitur. Like this, you see this little graph there? It's a non sequitur. This kind of looks like a toenail clipping, right? This is a non sequitur in actual computer science because you cannot have a binary value of in base 2 equivalent to 1. It has to equal 2. at least per minimum. Minimum, it has to equal 2. So this is impossible. Then we'll input any value here, because we're obviously dealing with real values and not negative values, of course. But even with negative values, it doesn't work. Just the only value you can have is either 1, and it's just 1, and that's it. With 2, it doesn't work. You'll see why in a second. There is no functional real solution to this. Sorry, it's very hot in here. I'm gonna turn on my air conditioner soon. There is no real solution for any number beyond 1. So that's your fundamental bottleneck there. You can put any number you would like to, but then with 2 to the n2, yes, you can have any sort of solution you would like, up to a certain bound, where I presume the number that you're setting this equivalent to would have to be extremely high, because as a function of computer science, this stuff is really scalable as a function of the computer power that you have, which proves the point that yes, p equals np, but only within the simplest axiomatic reduction, where you have this exponential, this polynomial, this deterministic polynomial equation functionally set to a to be equivalent to an exponential time class complexity polynomial that is giving you this state of co-NP, where this is the only place of that zone of inclusivity where yes, p equals np. So let's put here, for example, I don't know, 35 million. There you go. Now, as we scale this up, you're going to see the change in the size, the change in the sort of dimensions of the graph. We have to put much higher values here. Let's put like 500 million, 500 billion, 500 billion, something absurd. See, it takes an arbitrarily large value to change the actual dimensionality of the graph as a function of, the particular zeros that we're getting and the actual bounds of this particular formulae. So here are intercepts. Here's the x-intercept. Here's the y-intercept, and obviously with negative values, we're talking about a non sequitur down here and over here as well too, and the top left quadrant and the bottom right quadrant. So this is the only sort of real section that we want to look at. But see, the actual form of the equation in terms of the graphing of it still looks the same in these two dimensions, and these two dimensions plotted here. But then the actual bounds of the particular exponentiations per variable there of n1 and n2 are now much higher, of course, right? But then see, it took an extremely large and arbitrary value to start getting answers like these, which is a good sign. This is a good thing, because now, this is a function of scaling computer architectures, and scaling how many computers we're using at once. Firstly, so to get the kind of computational horsepower that we need, right? And I have a really good solution to just hack people. See, now we're talking about absurdities here. Like this is an extremely large bit size, bits value that we're talking about. We're talking about absurdities, maximum number of characters. I apologize. No, it can't even interpret what I'm saying now. See, we have to get rid of the commas here. I apologize. Let's put, I don't know, 64. This will be much easier for the program to interpret, at least Wolfram Alpha. I love this website. This is one of my favorite websites. See, now we're talking about fundamental absurdities here. Like, I don't know where the hell you're going to encounter a sort of bit value of computational necessity this large. I don't know where the fuck you're going to do that. Can that even happen, like, in this universe? Like, I don't even know, man. This is ridiculous. But see, you see the actual values here. They're still arbitrarily changing as a function of even absurd values like this. But then it takes a large kind of functional sort of arbitrarily arbitrary imposition here to go ahead and get to those particular differences. So you'll see what I'm talking about right here. Look, see. Sorry, 16. Good proof by example, right? So here is where we're getting to the meat and potatoes of this P equals NP problem. You know, how are we going to functionally have, in this simplest axiomatic reduction of how we're dealing with this particular problem, such arbitrarily huge bit values for any sort of computation that we need to do? You know, we're talking about like universal size like computation. Obviously, it's not hard for Wolfram Alpha to do this, but then what we're talking about is something a little bit different here. What we're talking about is like the sort of optimal way in terms of how we're going to functionally deal with the sort of arbitrarily huge sizes of, you know, universal physics at large, or even arbitrarily huge sizes of even small subsections of such things. And this is functionally something that we have to partition and divide out now that we know that P does not equal NP in most situations, but except in the simplest axiomatic reduction where we get this particular answer. So, for example, what we consider to be deterministic polynomial time is functionally non-deterministic polynomial time, but in extremely rare situations where the limitation of powers of our polynomial is at the essential bottleneck. By using 2, 4, 8, 16, 32 as our term to be exponentiated, we can think of these as our essential bit and byte limitations of a program to operate in non-deterministic polynomial time as an explicit and verbatim function of establishing that the polynomial of x degree 2 to the n1 plus 2 to the n2 plus 2 to the nx, where x represents any number beyond 2, is a non-deterministic polynomial of an exponential space and time class complexity, I apologize, of NP. And you see that here as a function of the zones of inclusivity and what is particularly in each particular zone of inclusivity of these elliptical spaces, elliptical zones of inclusivity. I apologize. The zone of inclusivity is extremely small between P, NP, P space, exponential time, and XP space, EXP space. I apologize. In terms of the simplest axiomatic reduction, which leads us to the limitation of powers as a function of 2 representing the smallest binary value of a computational bit. Most computer programs are simpler higher order abstractions of optimized code of extreme linearity per the function of what is required of the program. Think, for example, of a program that measures and tracks time. You will hardly need Lagrangian derivatives or whatever other absurdly complex problems to describe such phenomena or equations. I should have said equations. Such phenomena wherein basic incrementation and decrementation can resolve most of that problem very easily. And obviously, tracking time is a little bit more complex than that in terms of the actual routine to do so. But yeah, you know, this is a sort of argument by example where I'm trying to elucidate that yes, you won't need absurd Lagrangian derivatives or absurd calculations or an absurd formulae to track time or to, you know, but even add 1 plus 1 together, right? Our implications for encryption are tremendous. We have the ability to obfuscate with extreme precision, given the functional limitation of powers of a polynomial of nth degree, which is 3 in the simplest axiomatic reduction. I said x before, but then see, we can't have n, n1, n2. I should put x1, x2 instead, and then because n is more usually used in the notation and nomenclature for a limit of an equation. Usually, people like to use n, right, as the variable that they like to use, but I used x in that particular situation. That's just the our sort of bound there in terms of the variable bound that's going up to a certain degree, right? This led me to where it's 3 in the simplest axiomatic reduction. It's pure math and pure beauty. This led me to a really good conclusion that encryption algorithms can be designed around this premise and can essentially be on the threshold of the impossibilities of EXP space in conjunction with the rest of the software on a computer, but still be extremely hard, if not impossible, to crack for any effective human being to do so. But now, once we start talking about deriving, machine learning algorithms and actual algorithms that you're going to implement as a hacker, now we're talking about something a little bit different there. But see, this is a game of cat and mouse where the cat is functionally exponentially slower than the mouse, predicated on how much actual computational horsepower you have. Like if you have like a little laptop and you come up with a great algorithm to go ahead and crack the best encryption ever, yeah, it's going to take you forever to do such things. Tersely so. So the mouse is always going to win as a function of the scaling up of computational horsepower and this sort of analogy, right? Computational power generally. And what I mean by computational power is like how many pure resources do you have, and what kind of software are you running on that computer, right? A solution to hack someone is modulo 2 if you're bitwise. LOL. A little pun there, right? Bitwise. You gotta be bitwise about it. But I have no time to pester and bother people for stupid reasons. I have better things to do I have better things to be doing, and even in the most extreme of circumstances, private and confidential information, even public information that is not disclosable to me, is beyond my necessary purview and my right to be within its approximate knowledge of. These people at Facebook are essentially like bandits, thieves, and marauding bands of hackers. I caught them sloppily hacking my computer. I traced them back to the Virginia data center, and I checked exactly what this IP was doing on alienvault.com. I've attached a saved HTML file of their maliciousness coming from this IP, wherein they had bribed, extorted, or corrupted Alien Vault to pull down the reports coming in from this particular IP, 104.18.5.43, which included but were not limited to cryptocurrency scams, virus/malicious file payloads, mostly constituent of maliciously obscured spying software and cryptocurrency miners. I have neither the time nor the disposition to care about acting so heinously or grievously. Is that honestly true? It is, even if I could get away with it. I'm a good man with a conscience, and what Facebook is doing is reprehensible. It's disgusting and constituent of blatant and flagrant deprivations of liberties under the color of law via criminal malice. It's ironic. These people are spending more time trying to control the lives of others than living their own lives. What a bunch of fucking losers. If people don't want to be controlled by you or have you in their life, you should just accept it for what it is. And I'm going to show you the limitations of power's answer I had before too, because I sent it to the Clay Mathematics Institute. So let me show you that in a second. You should just accept it for what it is. Everyone else has to. Why should anyone be given special privilege to be above the law and to maliciously malign others? I am a stablist, a man of law and order, a constitutionalist, and a legalist. What Facebook is trying to do is essentially say that since they have financial net worth and currency, they no longer have to play by the rules and are free to do as they wish. That's bullshit, and they're going to be eating shit quite soon. What a bunch of sore losers. What a bunch of fucking morons. How could you be so stupid with such reckless disregard of your life and the lives of others? Those motherfuckers will pay, and when they'll pay, there will be hell to pay. For most of my life, I was a deontological spectator of the lives of others. And this is a kind of little tangential tirade about, my personality and who I am. Because, the Clay Mathematics Institute, they don't know who the hell I am. I'm John Kravalisheris. I'm just some random guy from New Jersey. Yeah, submitting an answer for the P equals NP problem, and that hasn't been solved in the last 20 years. Yeah, that's pretty shocking. And then they blocked me later because I guess they don't want to talk to me. I guess they're nervous, jealous, envious. I don't know what the answer is. Maybe Mark Zuckerberg's bribing them. Maybe it's a political coercion. Who knows? But now I am most certainly of a consequentialist in extreme cases of the deprivation of rights and liberties of others. We can't let this happen to anyone, especially good people of honorable meritage like my family and the hardworking good families of Earth. Sometimes you have to make a choice that you don't like making, to protect others for the highest and intrinsic good for all. Who am I to necessarily make this choice, or anyone else, you might ask? Well, and I'm kind of begging the question here. Sorry. Well, everyone is the right person to make this choice when they have the evidence and the purely common sense respect for the rights and liberties of others. I will not forgive these people even at my own expense. Now I know by experience what it means to be severely disadvantaged, severely disenfranchised, and severely harmed by the maliciousness of others. Hopefully, you and your associates at the Clay Mathematics Institute will respect God's good will and the goodwill of others as His creation to love one another and to try your best to not harm others maliciously. I would give you more notes, but I'm being raped and tortured by this implant. Here's some good proof for you as well as that this implant does exist. And here it is. Here too. Let's get the rest of my notes here that I sent to the Clay Mathematics Institute. I'm not self-aggrandizing here, but I would love for a computer scientist or somebody who is an engineer to look at my work, and even the Clay Mathematics Institute, even somebody like Dr. Nick Bostrom, who is a very renowned physicist and very renowned computer scientist, philosopher as well. And I believe that, even though he may have not, he still could be working very hard. I don't know what Dr. Bostrom does in his free time, or even there functionally as a he's not a professor emeritus, but he is a professor who is running the Future of Humanity Institute with a bunch of other actors. I don't know what you functionally do. That's beyond my purview, in the sense that, like, in the sense of your day-to-day responsibilities and running that sub department or sub institution at the University of Oxford. I don't know, because I'm not privy to your life and what you're doing. And yes, I highly doubt that Dr. Bostrom, just put away programming 25 years ago, and all he's been doing is talking about philosophy. I wouldn't put it past beyond Dr. Bostrom to say that, philosophy is nice and everything, but I have to functionally keep doing the work which will, materialize into the transhumanist future that I would like to see, where the future of humanity is very much protected and nurtured and cared for through, careful dispensation of knowledge and careful, and rigorous standards of safety and existential risk prevention and existential harm prevention and the sort of meta-analysis thereof, and even the sort of meta-analysis before we even get to these points, by talking about this philosophically concerning the sort of policy initiatives and also the fundamental mathematics and science, of course, because this is what is going to drive the technological singularity. So we can't let this be a reckless sort of thing that we pursue. And I've always been of the Oxfordian mindset and of the Oxfordian philosophy that yes, we should be very careful about what we're doing concerning creating sentient artificial general intelligences. And it can only be a few years, maybe a few days, a few weeks until this sort of problem spirals out of control if we don't have the proper mindset to mitigate damage and to mitigate harm and to mitigate risk at the very outset. As human beings, we're going to derive such things in silico or in vivo in ourselves. So we need to be very careful. Where's my attachment for this? Okay, yeah. Here's the limitation of powers notes that I sent to the Clay Mathematics Institute. Thank you. It flatters me that you think that I'm very smart, but I've got to be humbly honest. Humbly honest with you. I've been deprived of my right to work and live and support myself via my livelihood, which I would like to do and pursue through computer programming and a bunch of other epistemological domains where I can, as a generalist and as somebody who specializes as a function of, doing a heavy amount of research and applying myself in such discrete fields to come up with great solutions for these problems. And you may think that's a sort of scam, like, yes, I should just specialize in one thing and do that for the rest of my life. I feel like I'm much more functionally capable of working on many different problems at once by, branching out generally and then specializing kind of more deeply and intrinsically when I need to. And my biggest problem with mathematics is ambiguous notation, because not all notation is necessarily defined as a function of how people uh, uh, interact with the nomenclature of abstract mathematics. So there are some types of nomenclature and terminologies and notation which are kind of befuddling to me. There was one particular notation I was looking at in a formulae maybe about 2 months, 3 months ago. I apologize. And I was like, I can't find any information about this on the internet. Like, how specialized is this knowledge? Like, what are you talking about exactly? Sorry, somebody's calling me. Hello? Yeah, just United Healthcare spamming me with bullshit. Melissa. Thanks, Melissa. You're such a nice woman and very articulate yourself. I didn't want to actually have you hear that because, I don't know, I thought it was going to be an important conversation, but it was just kind of nonsense. A waste of like 15 minutes or whatever. Fuck it. Let's continue talking about these implications of my notes here. And I came up with some really good notes. Drunk archive. Listen, I'm drunk and I'm like, listen, the prize is mine. The prize is mine. Get the hell out of here. Fucking bullshit. Where's the architecture that I came up with? Oh, here it is. It's in this one. And limitations of power was one. Yeah, you're gonna like the way I came up with this solution. Okay, so here's our induction answer here with our equation there via proof by induction. And we see that yes, with 33 it's functionally impossible, but then the limitation of powers is 32. Wherein yes, you have for k, I think it was 2 and then x 3 of course. So the three terms with three power variables indicates that even calculating a real answer beyond 1 is impossible. And the simplest axiomatic reduction in terms of 2, 4, 8, 16. This shows us something about the reality of computation, and this is how I interpreted it. It is two-dimensional at best, even if we think it is something that operates in 3 dimensions. 34 is proof of p equaling np just at 2, but 66 represents 3 possibilities. This is the kind of cryptic message that I had written here. Maybe you might understand it. This is like a sort of, I do this sometimes. I write cryptic messages like in terms of intuition, and then I'll just put it down on a piece of paper, and then I'll let you interpret it the way you would like to. And this is more coherent afterwards. This is an artifact of unsigned 32-bit integers, but is a macroscopic view onto the two-dimensional limitations of computers. The problem with larger instruction sets is overhead scalability, which is a good hypothesis given how we don't develop better code and hardware, but instead use, quote, computer farms, unquote. I think this says a lot about the superfluous waste of societal resources, even if some of the most intelligent people in the world. I think 512-bit instruction sets are what we could functionally deal with effectively before overhead resource management becomes a severely hampering problem, ergo, leading back to computer farming. Then what? I guess optimized computer farming. These are just sort of shorthand notes that I was thinking about. So here's a solution for the variable x in terms of 32. Obviously, there's your functional limit there. Let's go ahead and pull it up for you. Um, Not too bad, not too hard to figure out. The proof by induction, which is our fundamental answer we're looking for. I mean, all of the other solutions are fairly nice. Yeah, k equals 3 and x equals 2. So there you go. There's our limitations of powers effectively. So more scratch work using the proof by induction of the limit of power laws. And then we're talking about roots. And then I have the root notes here. I think I figured out why 512 is our maximum instruction set size. We can illusory stack up to classic and quantum 2. A summation of 2, 4, 8, 16, 32 is equivalent to 62.32, and this represents our maximum real instruction set size until we reach the limit of powers of polynomials, where integer k represents a 3-term polynomial of 3 power variables. And here we're talking about the p equals np answer, which is co-np asymmetric partially incomplete, as a function of the limitations of powers. Integer x represents the functional limit of realizable term power variables. 512 divided by 62 is equivalent to 8.25, so on and so forth, which is indicative of 8 whole square roots of 512 via this integer value here, giving us our maximally optimal instruction set size of illusorily layered 32-bit instruction sets. Very computer science intensive, this kind of discussion here. And the simplest and only real possible axiomatic reduction of the trinomial 2 to the n1 plus 2 to the n2 plus 2 to the n3 is functionally useless in terms of realizable binary values in the base 2 numerical system. 1 represents 2 and 0 represents 0. It is impossible to encounter a bit value of 1 in terms of base 10 in binary, since the lowest whole integer number assignment of 1 in base 2 is equivalent to 2, which is why it's called base 2. This is essentially another auxiliary proof of the impossibility that P equals NP, and it only exists in one scenario with two-term variable powers. Hexadecimal is nice. I like hexadecimal. It's much more interpretable than binary, which is much more a pain in the ass to kind of work with. And that's why assembly is a good intermediary for especially reverse engineering, obviously. People don't like to just convert things into binary. Um, um, when we're getting sort of calls for these particular programs and subroutines thereof, we're dealing with assembly as a function of hexadecimal inputs and outputs that the computer is uh, layering up in terms of the actual machine code to bring this sort of compiled source code to a much more tangible and constrained kind of limit of complexity for computer programmers to deal with. This is essentially another auxiliary proof of the impossibility that P equals NP, and it only exists in one scenario with two-term variable powers. And remember, these are just notes. I have the formal proof as well, and we'll discuss that maybe later, but I have to get back to work. But I wanted to talk about this because this is essentially something where I wanted to have proof on my YouTube channel of the other notes that I have. Then maybe I'll have a video about the P equals NP problem and how I solved it, and how the Clay Mathematics Institute pretty much just blacklisted me, and they didn't give me the $1 million prize. I didn't satisfy the criterion because their criterion is arbitrarily too restrictive. They said, yes, you need to have a doctoral degree. You need to have a doctorate's degree. You need to be in an institution actively studying and getting research grants. And I said, that's not fair because you're asking us to solve the problem, and I think the prize should be given and dispensed as a function of solving the problem. That's not fair. Because what if I solve every Millennium Prize problem and then you don't give anybody anything? That's not right. The evidence below shows the breakdown of a computer's ability to effectively calculate beyond the limit of 32-bit instruction sets. Further proof is shown in the final image with a different logarithmic approach. So here, we're seeing this sort of breakdown that's occurring here. And obviously, we have two different proofs of such things by using logarithms, and two different types of logarithms as well. And yes, it's essentially very, very clear to me that computers, especially those that are x86 instruction set architectures or even x64 instruction set architectures, are mostly dealing with these 32-bit instruction sets as a function of what is utilizably, convenient, but also utilizably optimal. So yes, to some extent, yeah, we can have 512-bit instruction sets, and here's where I concede with most computer programmers and computer scientists, in the sense that yes, most problems are not necessarily so hard. What do we need, a Riemann zeta hypothesis function for in most particular cases, and in an instruction set that's already hard baked into the actual architecture of a CPU? We don't, but then there are some particular problems that are calculus integrals or derivatives, so on and so forth, that could be functionally useful in a computer. And name one, for example. Let's think of generally like area under curve integrals, right? Such things can be functionally very useful for many different types of computation and many different types of very specific programs in pharmacology and pharmacokinetics, and to make the actual computation much easier and to be sort of an intrinsic thing that the computer does. And I think that instead of developing these subroutines and developing all of these particular hacky solutions via computer programming in 32-bit and 64-bit instruction sets, you can functionally have a lot of these particular hard-baked sort of solutions in these instruction sets, instead of trying to derive them in partitions and so on and so forth, where you get much more convenience to even come up with your own subroutines and routines thereof, your own programs that are not functionally limited, like in this example, for instance. Yes, we're getting some absurd nonsense after 33 and 34, but there is a functional limitation there. There's a limitation of powers, most tersely so. And here it is manifested as a function of two different logarithms that are compared. And I actually have these two. And then I was just doing this even with my formal proof as two more auxiliary proofs of the particular problem that we're facing here, and the proof thereof that we're looking for, and the further complexification and further proofs by example of why the answer is co-NP asymmetric partially incomplete. So that's why it goes to 34 here, because and here 99 and 34, 83 respectively, because I left one row and one column of cells open to name my variables and equations in my spreadsheet. And yes, I think that's a necessity because you need to tell people, yes, what is exactly in every row and column? What exactly are you putting in these columns, and what are you making measurements of? What are you taking measurements of? No spreadsheet ever has just had pure numbers in it because nobody's going to remember what you're talking about. So you need to elucidate what the variable constituency is of your spreadsheets. And I like to go into spreadsheets first, even before I go into the actual computer IDEs, independent software environments, independent development environments, before I start even writing down code. And I actually like to have a nice prospectus for what I want to do, and pseudocode first and foremost, where I'm encountering different problems. I'm thinking about this methodically. I apologize. Where yes, there's a significant amount of planning and outlining. In the same way one would outline a book to come up with a really nice cohesive narrative, a nice cohesive program is not something that's just scattershot and produced, yeah, right in the IDE. That's never going to happen. Maybe if you're a genius beyond exponentially genius tier level, but like even somebody like me, if you want to call me a genius or not, I don't particularly care. But if I want to solve the problem, then I need to have a much more sufficient basis in my empirical understanding as somebody who speaks English and not somebody who speaks machine code. So that's these are the layers of abstraction that are 2 to 3 to 4 degrees of separation away from the actual intrinsic answer that we're looking for. So spreadsheets are a very nice way to do this because yes, you've got your variables here, you've got your equations, and they're calculating out, and then you're seeing the exact values that you want. And then now you need to functionally try and derive your program as a function of your spreadsheets and your spreadsheet programs, which, obviously, maybe even back in the day, they used spreadsheets to develop spreadsheet programs, which is a really convenient way of doing such things because in the 1970s, in the 1960s, and even going back to the 1930s, there's no way to functionally do computational computational assessments without knowing full and well what you are computing. So I like that kind of methodology. First and foremost, I'll have a prospectus. How am I going to approach this mathematically? And how am I going to approach this as a function of computer science and the limitations of computer engineering computer science? Then I have a nice prospectus with a hypothesis, maybe some pseudocode, and the possible problems that we're going to encounter, how to solve such problems, and then the particular mathematical methods that we're going to use. And then I go right into a spreadsheet, and then see, this is a fundamental limit where somebody like me could, given enough time as a computer programmer and who is sufficiently programming, maybe illusorily so, optimize that stacking of 32-bit instruction sets within an illusory 512-bit instruction set before you reach, an effective exponential bound of diminishing returns where it's sufficiently not worth going beyond such things to illusorily stack 32-bit instruction sets into 512-bit instruction sets. That's what I was coming up with. That's what I was thinking of in terms of the implications of why co-NP, why P does not equal NP, and why it's co-NP asymmetric partially incomplete, and what does that exactly mean beyond cryptography and encryption. I apologize for the brutal sloppiness of my notes, but I admit, no, Juan did not write this. Juan is doing whatever he's doing in California. Juan works like between 8 to 13 hours a day sometimes on his own work for his own company, and that is proprietary software that has nothing to do with what I'm doing. This is a function of me doing research and development on my own behalf, and I feel highly insulted for you to treat me that way, to think that I don't do my own work, and I have proofs to the contrary that I do my own work, and I feel highly insulted that you treat me that way. No, honestly, because you don't like being treated that way when you come up with things and you release them publicly as a function of what you do. And then why are you going to point the finger at me and tell me that I'm not capable of doing such things, even though you know full and well to the contrary, if you've been wiretapping me illegally or legally, that I do my own work and that you cannot blame me or call me a plagiarist when nobody else is presenting the same work that I am. But you're so ready and willing to claim credit for my work, knowing full and well that you're a liar and you're a hypocrite. I apologize for the brutal sloppiness of my notes, but I admit humbly I am still being raped and tortured. I would have loved to continue working more formally, more precisely, with more focus and clarity in my good work. Let's get back to our discussion about some of the implications of this co-NP asymmetric partially incomplete / complete answer. I came up with this idea because of others harassing me and abusing me telepathically about my answer being wrong, but it's not true. It's sloppy, I admit, but I hope you understand given the circumstances. And I admit, yes, it's very sloppy for an autodidactically trained and hobbyist computer programmer and computer scientist. And I admit such things. Maybe you would like a nice formal presentation that is perfect in its in all regards and fashions. But sometimes you've got to understand that, listen, the form must follow the function, and no pun intended here. The function is what's important, because things can look nice and they can look beautiful. They can be, they can have a facade of, marble and, that's perfectly polished. You've got diamonds and gold, whatever pleases your fancy, whatever fancies your particular sensibilities of, visual perfection or sensory perfection. But then if the core and the structure of a building, or the core and the structure of an idea, metaphorically so, is not necessarily there functionally, then what good is that particular nicety? Like, for example, yes, look at these particular logos for my business. Here's another proof by example of why form always follows function. Because the form for my products that I would like to sell as supplements came much later. Yes, these are logos for products, right? That I came up with, that I felt like doing in my free time. But the actual functionality of doing the research and development and the empirical testing and review and the science and the science thereof, which is a process within and of itself, a scientific process, came much sooner and much before this actual logo was ever created. Yeah, maybe the logo looks nice to you, but then this wouldn't make any sense if I didn't have anything to actually have a logo for. So I think the form always follows the function, and especially in cases of where, even though somebody's work may be sloppy, at least it solves the problem, and at least the person can explain it to some degree. I thought of another good way to illustrate how I came to this conclusion as well. I started thinking about the difficulty in abstractly calculating the prime numbers of integers generally, and how this leads to, in calculations of extremely high precision, the functional limitations of powers as a function of not only the power rule, but relative ratios of Euler's Tottian function when comparing extremely large instruction set sizes to our realizable 32 limit. With a Tottian product of 512 relative to 32, we get a ratio of 17 factor increases in primes. With a Tottian product of 1024, I apologize, relative to 32, we get a ratio of a 34 factor increase in primes. This is a good intuitive indication on my behalf, and there are plenty of other proofs of by example that you can provide, but I decided to use this one in particular because it seems very incrementally not too hard to illustrate by example as a function of thinking about prime numbers and the factorization thereof, and how you are dealing with prime numbers and also even numbers wherein you have this sort of binary limit, functionally so, and this is a problem for computers to deal with, as we see with the Riemann zeta hypothesis, because computers like to be even. Obviously, I don't want to be too sarcastic about it, but yeah, this is an interesting way of thinking about it. This is a good intuitive indication on my behalf that there's quite a lot of headroom for what is essentially an illusory nesting of co-NP instruction sets. Here we've essentially reached our optimal bottleneck at 512 bits. I came up with an idea for a CPU design. And remember, these are kind of just scratch notes that I was just writing as a function of what I was thinking. In terms of a classical CPU design for an architecture of what would comprise of an optimal 512-bit CPU. I still have to work on the idea more, but essentially this is a trade-off between the explicit sub-architecture of one CPU and the scalability of that CPU in 3 dimensions. Look at the diagram below to understand slightly what I'm talking about. The top square represents a cube of heatsink, where the cube of the heatsink would be covering all 4 sides, inner sides of this particular 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 CPU cluster that's horizontally and vertically integrated, and it's cooling off all 5 CPUs at once in one sort of and how can I say this? One set of 5 sockets. The top square represents a cube of heatsink, which would be hard to demonstrate without ruining the illusion of 3 dimensions. This cube of heatsink, like a modern x86 and x64 architecture, is being powered through an auxiliary power source in the motherboard. Think of each of the vertical squares as being two-sided. The inner square represents a mounted CPU with very special parameters in mind, comprising of four special central processing units. The bottom square, the base square, is another central processing unit, which is mounted directly onto the motherboard. Think of the outside of the vertical squares as essentially extensions of the motherboard by which the CPUs can be mounted. So there's a lot of functional vertical how can I say this, utilization of space in your computer now, instead of having everything just be, and obviously you've got problems with the inverse square law and also safety issues and risks there, but I'm pretty sure we can do something like this. It's not out of the bounds of what's necessarily possible, but how big are these particular CPUs going to be? Obviously we can't have huge dies as a function of the loss of transmission and current and the stability of such things, and obviously physical laws and parameters there. Um, the outside of the vertical squares are essentially extensions of the motherboard by which the CPUs can be mounted. Outside of these five central processing units will be the extension of the cubicle heatsink. See down below for my attempt at describing such things. For convenience sake, I'm being raped and tortured. Since I'm being raped and tortured, I am not willing to discuss more than this, neither do any work until I receive justice for what happened to me. I feel like I'm being taken advantage of. But here's a bone for the dog. I wanted to flip this. Oh shit. Sorry. So yeah, um, here's how we're kind of dealing with this, right? We're looking at this as a functional kind of, how can I say this? Sort of a sort of unpacking of what is essentially this particular CPU, and these are the sort of kind of extensions thereof of these particular um, uh, parts of the motherboard, which are obviously going to be on the outside of this thing, where you're going to mount them on the sides there, and yeah, um, I wanted you to kind of interpret what I was talking about here, but it's been quite a long time since I've even written this down or even drew this. Do I have the original proof for even for this image in these documents? Yes, but the FBI seized my laptop. I was working on my laptop concerning this, but then I feel like I was being abused, and I just said, fuck it, I don't feel like giving you more notes. And I eventually gave another set of notes, but then I was like, you already denied me the prize. You didn't tell me you weren't going to giving the $1 million, and I've been fucked that way numerous times, even with the information that I gave about Abu Bakr al-Baghdadi. See, here's where form follows function. These things would not necessarily make sense unless I had a product to actually sell, right? Maybe these things are a little too grungy, by the way. I like this one. This one's kind of smooth. This one's a really nice smooth logo. This is a little more grungy, but I like it. This is nice too. It's a little grungy, but it's really bass. It's really sort of like cool. It's like a cool idea of like what vasodilation implies. Like you're gonna get invigorated, right? HPG Tech. This one's nice. Like, yeah, you're restoring your hypothalamus pituitary gonadal axis, and you're effectively producing testosterone again, even with just a few amount of supplements that are well substantiated in the empirical science and review, and the superphysiological dosing of those natural amino acids like taurine, for example. Nice. And testosterone replacement therapy for people who have secondary hypogonadism is not necessary. No. Nice. Okay, I'm gonna go to get another smoke break, and then we really have to get back to work because this is really tangential kind of stuff that we're talking about. Nice, but we talked about a lot of different stuff. We talked a lot of cool different things that I like. I want to see one last thing. What did Bernhard Riemann die of? I think I read this before. He died at a very young age. He died at 39 years old. What did you die from exactly? Tuberculosis. Oh, what a goddamn shame. Sad. But now we have TB vaccines, so those are good. I don't want to get into the sort of heavy and nitty-gritty implications of this kind of stuff. Here's another good one. This is wrong. No, we don't have a bloody clue on how to prove it. That's wrong. This was last year. Are you kidding me? No. Let's pull up my formal proof. for you on Google Drive, and it was originally on my hard drive of my laptop, but the FBI sees that. But thank God I have copies in other places, and that I was smart enough to have other copies. That's not true. There you go. And this is like what a significant amount of pages because I posted the actual mathematics in here too for my spreadsheets, and then yeah, really good. And I don't feel like going through all of this now, but if you want to give me some time later to describe such things and talk about it with you, then sure. But I'd like to have my prize, please, at least now, so I can work very hard in life and have a significant amount of capital to support myself. Obviously, $1 million is not um, a trivial amount of money to give to somebody. It's quite a lot of money to give to anybody. So you must be sure in the dispensation of such money, prize monies, and the actual prize that you're going to give away. But I feel like I solved the answer. I feel like I solved the problem and I gave you the answer sufficiently so. I don't like being disrespected like that, and this is what makes me feel much more uncomfortable and much less, sure in society and people who are going to say they're going to help you, predicated on the good work that you do, and then maybe they just turn around and stab you in the back and they take your work and they blame you for your own problems and they treat you like shit. I don't like that. I don't like being treated that way. I don't. Especially when I'm doing this as a function of being very sincere and being very sort of honest about the work that I do. And I don't like being called a plagiarist or a liar, especially when this is my independent work that I've come up with myself. I didn't record myself doing this back in February. I didn't necessarily even think about it at the time. I thought that if I would have done that, I would have been stupid because somebody would have stole my answer, and then yeah, they would have been suppressing me and censoring me, even without necessarily wiretapping me. So I have the spreadsheets for these two. I pulled this from my spreadsheet. What seems like an apt end to a decades-long problem was always a very beautiful and elegant solution. It brought my tears to my eyes, and I hope it does to yours too. Yeah, I was doing the math on this in the spreadsheet, and I was crying. This is back in February. I was crying. I was crying. I was like, wow, this is so beautiful. Yeah, but it is what it is. February 28th, even earlier than March. Let's look at the version history of this. I started this on February 26th, and functionally I came up with the answer in like 2 hours. Here we go. And here's your version history proof on Google Sheets. Yeah, very, very basic scratch work, very rudimentary. And yeah, there was our solution. Then I started substantiating it much further. And I was like, yes, we basically got the answer. Much more substantiation here. Doing some more functional testing to get more proofs by example for the formal proof. Yeah, and then I told the Clay Mathematics Institute, yes, I've got your solution for you. Then I'm going to need about another week, and I'm going to publish the formal proof for you on my website, and I'm going to send it to your email, and that's it. That's all she wrote, folks. Pretty good. I like that. All in a day's work, right? All in a week's work. Okay, I'm gonna go have a smoke, and then we're gonna get back to whatever we were planning on doing, remixing, and then working on my website to go on campaign against Facebook and hopefully put an end to this civil strife and these heinous and grievous criminal actions that are being committed against me and who knows who else, in terms of the rights of human beings, the liberties of human beings that are sacred and inviolable, and people don't deserve to have such rights violated. And I will never concede to whatever your licentiously craven and depraved lusts or desires are. I don't fundamentally agree with you, and I'm not Mark Zuckerberg's friend. I'm not your associate. I'm not your buddy, your pal, or anything else. No. I'm like your worst enemy you've ever met in your life. And you made me an enemy when I wanted to be your friend. And now I know who you truly are. I know the true colors of the flag that you fly. And you are a Satanist. And I do not support that. I'm going to tell you to you unequivocally to your face. I'll never forgive you. And if I have to, I'm going to kill you. It's as simple as that. That's it. It's as simple as that. It's as simple as that, man. No, honestly, it's as simple as that. Like, honestly, I couldn't explain it any more tersely or simply than that. Yes, it's simple than that. It's as simple as that. Listen to some music. I'll be right back. Yeah, I'm just gonna kill you, man. It's as simple as that.
There was a time when my world was filled with darkness, darkness, darkness. Then I stopped dreaming, now I'm supposed to fill it up with something, something, something. In your eyes I see the eyes of somebody I knew before, long, long, long ago. But I'm still trying
it's all okay. And we'll all float on, okay. And we'll all float on, okay. And we'll all float on, okay. And we'll all float on anyway. Well, I bet you make you took every last dime with that scam. It was worth it just to learn some sleight of hand. That news comes, don't you worry, even when it lands. Good news will work its way to all them plans. We both got fired on exactly the same day. Well, we'll float on, good news is on the way. And we'll all float on, okay. And we'll all float on, okay. And we'll all float on, okay. And we'll all float on, alright. Already we'll all float on now, don't you worry, we'll all float on, alright. Already we'll all float on, alright. Don't worry, we'll all float on. And we'll all float on, alright. Already we'll all float on, alright. Don't worry, even if things end up a bit too heavy, we'll all float on, alright. Already we'll all float on, alright. Already we'll all float on, okay. Don't worry, we'll all float on, even if things get heavy, we'll all float on, alright. Already we'll all float on, alright. Don't you worry, we'll all float on, we'll all float on.
I'm waiting and fading and floating away. I'm waiting and fading and floating away. I'm waiting and fading and floating away. I'm waiting and fading and floating.
It's the glitch. You think you're safe with a I love this song. This song's great. This is what I was listening to. Alright. Let's get back into it. Remixes, let's go. Oh yeah. I'm feeling it. My animal. Let's get inspired first. What's going on in the world, man? Let's look up the news. Sorry. Woo. I beg to differ. I beg to differ. Yeah. Yeah, you like that? Tucker Carlson, but I feel like he told the line too much in terms of like, you know, following the mainstream media in the sense that, like, yeah, Rupert Murdoch has you like on the leash, dude. Start talking about the coronavirus being a genocide. 'Cause that's what it is. This is a genocide, man. Who knows? Still checking, huh? Still checking. Okay, we're back, everybody. It's still checking for copyright violations, but then I can actually view it on YouTube. Still being raped even without logging in. Been tortured, but I had a nice meal. Nice nootropic meal. Nice neurogenic meal. Let's do that. That's nice. Okay. Let's upload our videos. We can't waste time anymore. We just can't waste time like that. We have to get our nootropics here applied to Bertram's. Go ahead and change our resume. Fix everything. I remember I went to Nike, right? And, like, you know, I was significantly less intelligent back then, but I still talked about, like, the same kind of stuff that I liked. But then I wasn't able to clearly, you know, understand the mathematics as much as I do now. And, like, I was talking about the same thing, and they were like, "Why the hell are you working here?" I was like, "Well, I can't find a job anywhere else, so I'm working here." I'm gonna go to Bertram's. They're gonna be like, "Listen, They're gonna be like, "Listen, why the hell did you apply to work here? You're like super overqualified. Like, what are you gonna do here exactly? Making $15 an hour?" I was like, "Listen, I'd rather make 15 than 0." Just like that. Here, I got the official tenant blanket. Where is that? We talked about that, you know, ad nauseum before. What am I talking about here? Number 15. Coup d'etat in slow motion. Nice. Silent genocide. You know, I'd like to have somebody like Joe Rogan in the band. Like, it should be like me, Joe Rogan, my brother, and like Marco Vidal. I think if Joe Rogan like took smart drugs and he became super intelligent, even after like this transhumanist stuff happens, hopefully so, like, I think he'd be a really good musician. He's based, man. I like Joe Rogan, I do. But like, he's been a little bit flaky lately, honestly, with this sort of, you know, this impartiality towards like inconsistency and this impartiality towards how can I say this? Um, uh, uh, Doubling back on like the years of progress that you made in terms of not being a hypocritical douchebag, not being a fucking sellout to Spotify. It's a lot of money, man. But like, what are you now? Like, are you kind of like a hostess for Spotify? Tell Spotify to go fuck themselves. Like, take him to court and say, listen, I want the Joe Rogan experience back. Listen, what about donations, bro? Like, I know it's kind of weird to ask for donations, but like, your fans love you, man. Like, why let Spotify ruin like the actual Joe Rogan experience? Now it's a Spotify experience. Like, come on, man, get the hell out of here. You should just live stream, dude. Like, if you feel comfortable with that, like, it's up to you. Like, you have your 3 hour, you know, sessions with like Joey Diaz and stuff, and like Eddie Bravo. Listen, man, I used to get high and like watch some of those Joe Rogan Experience videos. Yeah, with Joey Diaz and motherfucking Eddie Bravo. Joey Diaz is fucking hilarious, man. Some of those shows are fucking hilarious. You should have, if I ever become like famous and like, you know, somebody worth talking to, you should have me, like my dad, my brother, Marco, and like I guess like Alexander Rodriguez. He'll tell you some stories, man. Not A-Rod, the baseball player. Like we have a family friend named Alex Rodriguez. He's hilarious, man. I love that guy, man. About how he killed Hitler and how he like, you know, saved the 1979 Olympics from a terrorist attack. He was a sergeant in the army, but he was secretly, you know, a special forces operator. He time traveled and killed Hitler, you know. No, I guess you don't know because we have to tell you those stories. Yeah, bring Joey Diaz too, and motherfucking Eddie Bravo. Yeah, we should have a band, man. Silent Genocide. We should do it. What instrument do you want to play? We're gonna play rock paper scissors to see who plays what. Rocking a bag down in Smacktown. I'm sorry, I need to. I did a really good job. Silent Genocide, and it's gonna be a self-titled album. Track number 1, Violence and Silence. Number 2, Smackdown and Smacktown. Number 3, I Came, I Saw, I Conquered. Number 4, Pretentious Douchebag. Number 5, Racketeering, Total War. Oh my god. Recursive Redux. Silent Genocide. Shoot the Messenger. The New Sound. 5-Star Militia. Old guys who look like young teens. Fish Market. Oh my god, man. I was in the psychiatric ward coming up with this stuff. A coup d'etat in slow motion. Still checking. It's still checking for copyright violations. Wife, I guess, or whatever. A BBC cuckold queen, a queen of spades. Yeah, and then that big black coal who's fucking your wife up the ass and dumping all his semen, committing genocide right in your wife's asshole. Oh my god, that's why I love watching on Pornhub. Listen, man, my heart was broken during the Pornhub purge because I had bookmarks upon bookmarks of my favorite pornography from Pornhub. Pornography is an art form. Like I was criticizing it as like a sort of curator of porn. I was curating it. I must have had like what, at least 300 bookmarks. I deleted those one day because I was being like a puritanical kind of Christian. I was like, listen, if I'm gonna watch pornography, I'm just gonna look it up instead of, you know, saving all of this licentiously craven and depraved, you know, monstrous depravity of like, you know, debauchery. That's like every bookmark. Every bookmark's like, oh. There was some good porn. I'm getting an erection just thinking about it. There was some good porn. A certain porn on Pornhub that I bookmarked. I wish I still had it. I wish it was still on Pornhub because I'd probably be watching it if I would have saved my bookmarks. I'm sorry. I like jerking off sometimes. So you just gotta jerk it out, you know. Let's listen to that song. Too much meandering. Check it out. Do you want to watch me lose to Xanax?
I'll be running circles around you sooner than you know.
That's
A little off center and I'm out of tune. Just kicking this cat along the avenue, but I'm alright. It's easy.
once you know it's done, you can't stop now. It's already begun. Then you jerk it out. This should be the theme song for Pornhub. Pornhub advertisements.
Nothing 'cause I got my head up in the clouds. I fire up anything that I can chew. I'm chasing cars up and down the avenue, but that's okay.
You can't stop now, it's already begun. You feel it running through your boner. Then you jerk it out. Don't you know how it's done? You can't stop now, it's already begun. You feel it running through your bones. Jerk it out. Check it out. I like that. Nice. Why do I put the newest comments first? Because, like, people always get the attention for their top comments, but, like, the newest comments almost nobody ever reads. So, newest comments first instead, bro. On my channel, at least. If you want to find the top comments and sort it that way yourself. I want the newest comments first on my channel. Okay, let's get rid of this fucking silence. Violence and silence. Nice.
There was a time when my world
Was filled with darkness, darkness, darkness.
Then I stopped dreaming, now I'm supposed to fill it up with something.
Something, something.
In your eyes, I see the eyes.
See, for this, I wish I would have had the independent tracks for the percussion, for the actual synth, and whatever else is on here too. The independent synth tracks too.
Something, something. In your eyes, I see the eyes of
Bass.
somebody I knew before.
Long ago, and I'm still trying to make my mind up. Am I free or am I tied up?
I change shapes just to hide in this place, but I'm still an animal. Nobody knows it but me when I slip. Yeah, I slip. I'm still an animal.
There is a hole and I try to fill it up with money, money, money. But it gets bigger till your heart is always running, running, running.
gonna die, bro. You're gonna die much sooner than expected, is what I mean. No. I don't feel nice about saying that. Fuck, you're gonna die. That's it. I just gotta tell you that you're gonna die because of your own actions. Dumb fuck. You're dumb fucks. I don't care. Terrorists threatening my ass. Get the hell out of here with that bullshit. What if the police came here right now and arrested me? I'd say, go ahead and do it. You have the warranties, come here and do it. And suck these nuts in court. The judge will be like, listen, we're gonna dismiss all charges because he wins. Double jeopardy, motherfucker. Nice. Whatever else, motherfucker. You can't charge me with the same crimes twice if I'm found not guilty. But honestly, the thing that would have the charges be dismissed, first and foremost, is that, yeah, I have inculpatory evidence against the government, and the government obviously won't disclose this, so via technicality, that exculpatory evidence on my behalf, that basically incriminates you, that I have, and that I present to the government, I present to the jury of my peers, will basically allow me to issue or request a motion for discharge of all charges against me, and the government will have to comply, because you know what's going to happen? They're going to be found guilty de facto of committing treason against the people of the United States and the apparatus of the state within and of itself. Yes, hi, my name's Director Ray, and we commit terrorist attacks. Yes, we cover up terrorist attacks. How are you?
Change shapes just to hide in this place, but I'm still an animal. Nobody knows it but me when I slip. Yeah, I slip. I'm still an animal. I change shapes just to hide in this place, but I'm still.
We didn't list this. I'm sorry. We're at like 2:15. Yes, we had this entire subsection here of like actual instrumentals. Okay, I know exactly what I'm going to do here. Okay. We're going to name this one. Let's see. Shapeshifter. I like. Look at the tag. We're reading this one. Boom, boom. It's got a nice partition there too. There's three of them actually. Then this is kind of like, how can I say this? This is like, it's just like, this is being like introduced at the same time as another track where it's layered on top of this particular little guitar riff, boom, boom, and then the actual percussion and everything else is coming in at the same time. So, yeah. Or you could have crossfaded it like that too. So I'll just take a 2 there instead. This is a very kind of interesting way to remix music. Is this actual work? Yeah. So I'm about to make a fire track. I'm about to make a fire beat right now. Some fire beats. Let's get back here. Do I have a problem with memory? Yeah, because I'm being tortured. Max knows the man, bro. Do I know what I'm talking about? Do you know what you're talking about? In terms of me not knowing what I'm talking about? Do you know what you're talking about in terms of knowing about what's there to talk about? Or talking about? I'm sorry to be so roundabout about talking about, but do you know what you're talking about concerning talking about? Talking about. Do you want to talk for 18 hours straight? Like, just take smart drugs and let's see who can talk for the longest without like passing out because they drink like 40 drinks straight, 10 tall boys straight, and they take half a Xanax. Everyone's like. Are you free or are you tied up? Making some fire tracks right now, some fire beats. We're in the trap house right now. We're trapping right now. We're trapping like we out west on the Oregon Trail. We're trapping right now. So this is some manifest destiny on this track, on this beat right now. We're trapping. Like Lewis and Clark right now. John and Clark on Clark Place right now. We trapping. That needs to be segmented earlier than that. I like this section right here. Are you free or are you tied up? Mod Skills! The next song we're going to remix is Mod Skills. In terms of the fourth song, the next one I have on my queue. Mod Skills by BT. Mod Skills. Like that song? Mic check. Mod Skills, mic checker. Mod Skills. This song right here. Rockin' this tight. Remix.
Yeah, man. Beat vibes and energy. Hear this. We're gonna take it.
Excuse. Skills, what's the deal? Everybody needs something to feel. Mad skills, what's the deal? Everybody needs something to feel. Mad skills, what's the deal? Everybody needs something to feel. Mad skills, what's the deal? Bring it to your body, need something to feel. Mad skills, what's the deal? Bring it to your body, need something to feel. Mad skills, what's the deal? Bring it to your body, need something to feel. Sick of Tongues remix. I like Cool Baby for Amplitude. You're so cool, baby. Or, oh my god, Funk Star Deluxe.
God gave us words, wisdom, sound, power. Words, wisdom.
Excuse. This would be a very good song to remix too. We're gonna have quite a lot of remixes to do. Yeah, I was supposed to do work, but now we're remixing, huh? You're crazy. Appreciate the funk. Appreciate the funk. Appreciate the funk. Appreciate the funk. The funk. The funk. The funk. Hey, bros, brofist. I tried too hard? No, I'm just having fun. Look at this cat right now. You're crazy. This direction, right? No, this way. This way. Right here. Appreciate the fun. A lot of people don't like that song, but I really love this song. It's really groovy. It's really funky. It's a good song too. We listened to Robert Miles' Children today a few times. We finished Mad Skills, but then yeah, we got 4 more tracks, and let's see what we already have for on our queue. We've got What's New, Mary Maka. We got to finish Animal, and then Funkstar Deluxe. Funkstar Deluxe is Ignition from Frequency, the game, the soundtrack, and then we have DJ HMX in plural with Cool Baby, then Robert Miles' Children. In my memory is unmistakable. Blah, blah, blah. For his own attention, why don't you bring it on? You're so cool, baby. You're so cool, baby. You're so cool, baby. This song is like 19 years old. This game is 19 years old. Can you believe that? You're so cool, baby. Unshakable, time after time, prove that you're unshakable. Oh, unmistakable. I forgot the lyrics because last time I listened to this song must have been like, what, 10 years ago? You're so cool, baby. You're so cool, baby. Shit, well, the rest of this sounds, that's fine. I can edit that out anyway. This is one of my favorite songs from Frequency as well. I got a new plug-in me to kill the conquer time. And it's busy thinking, and it's just one whole life. Celebrate on, celebrate on, celebrate on, celebrate on, celebrate on, celebrate on. Shit.
When it comes down to ketchup, put it off on the wheel. Add 'em up, add 'em meat, add 'em cold, add 'em clean, add 'em up, add 'em free, get 'em full, add 'em meat, get the bull, buy the bull, get the wall, get it on, any night, any day, any place, any way. Accelerate.
I apologize if I seem like a little bit disingenuous by the fact that I've been involuntarily injected with aripiprazole. Not injected, but I was given the pills, and yeah, sorry, not injected, but then I was discharged last Friday, and it's going to take at least 2 to 3 weeks for that to fully disperse out of my body, where it has no effective sort of like ligand affinity for the dopamine receptors and dopamine subreceptor units, subunit receptors, receptor subunits. I apologize, and the serotonergic and histaminergic receptor subunits. So, what does that mean exactly? That means that aripiprazole, even though it's an activatory antipsychotic that I was forced to take, is stimulatory to some extent, but it's not as stimulatory as dopamine and norepinephrine and epinephrine. caffeine pill or not, and I'm gonna go have a smoke. The break, of course. Obviously, we're not being perfectly optimal here. This morning I was very optimal. But then again, I don't have any clear target or goal besides fixing the website, and that shouldn't take too long, honestly. Only for the blog posts is that going to take a little bit longer. But then I'm going to eventually have a nice website, and then we'll continue my book, Notes from the Psychiatric Ward. I would like to finish my other work-in-progress books as well. That shouldn't take too long. If we consistently write and get back into the mojo of things, the mojo, the motion in the ocean, I think reasonably I could write 1,500 words per hour. And with the enigma of being, let me see exactly how far we are into that book, because I forgot. Shit. I want to finish the third book in the Meta Paradise series, but I want to have more physics in there, and more discussion about physics, and computers and stuff. This is whatchamacallit. That's not the enigma of being. That's the eternal return. Here's what I had so far. That's effectively about one chapter in a full-length book. But it's probably going to be around 50,000 words. I don't like writing full-length books anymore. They're too 100,000 word books. They're too laborious. You see, but I wrote a lot more, and then I'm missing that now. I don't know where my missing stuff went. Yeah, Alvin Reed dies in The Enigma of Being. Spoiler alert. Sorry. It's another 40,000 words. Let's do the math on that. $26 hours. It's not bad. Let's say we write at least, 8 hours per day. About three or so days. Obviously, it's going to be left over for the fourth day. So about 4 days. What about the missing pages of Manfred Duns? It's about the same thing, about 12,000 words too. So 4 days for that. 4. It's about a week and 1 day. 2 books. And then the Notes from the Psychiatric Ward is going to come first, and then the Meta Paradise ending for the trilogy is going to come later. Okay, let me go have a smoke. Listen to some music. First, we have to finish this, because I don't want to be in the middle of doing things and then just not finish what I was doing. So I don't like acting that way. I don't like behaving that way. I don't like having that be functionally how I do things, because then nothing will ever get done. So let's listen to some less manic-inducing music and stuff that's more relaxing. The thing about deep is, this.
It was also false. My lawyers, as you just heard from Rita Glavin, have reviewed the report over the past several days and have already raised serious issues and flaws that should concern all New Yorkers. Because when there is a bias or a lack of fairness in the justice system, it is a concern for everyone, not just those immediately affected. The most serious allegations made against me had no credible factual basis in the report. And there is a difference between alleged improper conduct and concluding sexual harassment. Now, don't get me wrong. This is not to say that
It's like Mark Zuckerberg, right?
We have roughly 350 million people vaccinated in the United States and billions around the world.
At kitchen table, I learned a lot of basic lessons.
We have
At kitchen table, I learned a lot of basic lessons.
You're smoking too much salvia.
Does immigration need to be in reconciliation? Must it be in reconciliation?
What must be what?
You know, I come from the state of Delaware, you know, we had more acreage burned last year than the state of Delaware and Maryland combined. For you all on Montana, that ain't you know, but I want people to get a sense.
In the White House, can you take us behind the scenes, something that was extraordinary or unusual that happened that stands out to you?
Yeah, Mr. President didn't close the door. Mr. President, what the hell are you going on at this time for? You know, it's a wonderful honor. And it must come together. We have to come together, all of us together, as a country to solve it. Make no mistake. The escalation. There's no wall high enough or ocean wide enough to keep us safe from the vaccine and from the COVID-19 in other countries. And North Carolina announced its 100-day incentive, his $100 incentive today. Places that have offered the $100, that'd be really good. I'd go back and get vaccinated 3 times. But others have the
Nah, I'm good, man. Even for $100,000, I'm good, man. Nah, I'm good. Joseph Biden, get vaccinated 3 times. Even for $300,000, even for $100,000, I wouldn't get vaccinated 1 or 3 times. I'm fine. Nah, man, I'm good, man.
Inclined to step up. As long as the virus continues to rage outside the United States and work to increase U.S. manufacturing and manufacturing. We have.
Facebook is not killing people.
Well, I'm not sure you should assume I'm not corrupt, but thank you for that, though. The system does produce corruption, and I think implicit in the system is corruption, when in fact, whether or not you can run for public office, and it costs a great deal of money to run for the United States Senate, even from a small state like Delaware, you have to go to those people who have money, and they always want something.
They actually.
have money, and they always want something.
They actually, well, look, I mean, he has made clear that the answer is, I believe he has in the past essentially acknowledged that he was, there are certain things that
Oh my god, man. Oh my god, man. Jesus Christ, man. Come on, man. Come on, dude. Dr. Fauci's having a heart attack somewhere. He's like, ah! Where's the one that I found last time? The red one. It's a red picture of a screaming noise. Let's go to my history. Sorry. Am I gonna forgive you? Yeah, I know. And then I was thinking of another question you had asked me. Am I being raped? Yes. Am I gonna forgive you? No. Oh, whoa, relax. This is the one I used. On the 23rd. Yeah. This is how I feel like internally every time I get raped and tortured. Stop doing that to me. I should put that into a remix. That should be the intro of a song, like a Disturbed song or something. And it's like, wow! What would be a good Disturbed song for that? I don't know. Let's think about it. Obviously, Down with the Sickness. Down with the Sickness, yeah! Yeah! I'm gonna take a break. I'm gonna go relax in bed and like take a nap maybe. I didn't sleep so much last night. I don't feel good either. Being tortured, being raped. We already live streamed for quite a long. Recorded for quite a long time. 7 hours, not bad. See you later.